Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Lynx Boys Basketball Teacher Appreciation Night. Each of our varsity athletes have chosen a teacher or school staff member that made an impact on them. We will recognize each of these staff members with their student athlete. First up, Cole Park. Special guest teacher Erickson, and she teaches at Brandon Middle School. We'd like to recognize Emily Carroll. Emily teaches at the High School. Jameson Knightsville. We'd like to recognize Mike Putnam. Brandon Intermediate School. Teacher and coach. Sam Sculpton. We'd like to recognize Kim Skipstead. Kim is the teacher at Middle School. Weston, we'd like to recognize Cody McGuire. Cody teaches at the Intermediate School. Student athlete Lucas Morgan, we'd like to recognize teacher Natasha Pressler. Natasha teaches at high school. Josh Olthoff, we'd like to recognize teacher and retired from Brandon Elementary and Beasley. Cole Decker would like to recognize teacher from Robert Bennis Elementary, Sue Decker. Dawson Ward would like to recognize teacher from the Brandon Valley Middle School, Suzanne Carroll. And Bryce Acker would like to recognize teacher from the Brandon Valley High School, Jared Iles. Round of applause from teachers and student athletes. Congratulations for Teacher Appreciation Night. Thank you.
Test, 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 test.
Testing 1, 2, check, check, check. Good.
And welcome to Brandon, South Dakota, and the Lynx Gymnasium here is it's pretty close to full, Bob. We got the pep band. We are set for ESD battle this evening on a Tuesday evening. It is super loud. We just saw, Bob, the Special Olympics come off the court, and how special was that? That was amazing to watch the Special Olympics guys and gals compete out on the court, and it's just something that this community does, and it's a great thing that we just saw. It was just right before everybody was warming up here. I think you were able to see it, folks, when you logged on to Lynx TV on YouTube or channel 226 on Alliance Communications. Again, this is Ken McEwen with Bob Arnold. Again, we're coming off, Bob, that big victory last just a couple nights ago.
Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, as you saw a team that was sitting at 7-4, and the Lynx were sitting at 3-4, and the Lynx took care of business to go to 500.
They did. They held their own court. They played good, solid defense, shot some free throws when they were big, and made some key buckets down the end to steal that victory, 52-43.
52-43, like Bob said. Right now, both teams that were matching up tonight, you had the Brookings Bobcats coming into Lynx territory. They're sitting at 1-6, and the Lynx sitting at 4-4, like we just talked about. The Bobcats, the last 5 games we'll go over a little bit here. They're 0-5. Their last game was a loss to Rapid City Stevens, 54-42. We turn over to your Lynx, and your Lynx, we were talking about that big win against against Aberdeen Central, 52-43 here at home. Your Lynx right now sitting at 4-4 and 4-1. What about a great streak that's happened when the Lynx started out 0-4 on the season. You talked about, Bob, you told me in the pregame, I didn't know this, the start of the season, when they were 0-4, offensively they were only scoring 40 points a game. We're talking about the Lynx, and defensively they were giving up 60. Well, things have turned. Now they're 4-1 in the last 5 games, and offense and defensively, they're even. 51. They're scoring 51 points a game average, and they're giving up 51.
That's exactly right. They've basically had some growing pains with a new coach to start out the year. The Lynx are starting to gel a little bit. They've picked up their scoring, roughly about 11 points a game, but their defense is cutting their defensive effort down to 51 points a game, or cutting that difference. So they're giving themselves a shot every game out.
And the bench. Let's talk about the Lynx bench. The last game that we were calling here on Lynx TV, the catalyst in that second half was off the bench. That was I believe it was Dylan Langrock with
that's
20
exactly
points.
Right. Yes.
20 points off the bench. He came in and he was just on fire, Bob.
Yeah, he was picking up some steals, getting some layups. He was hitting some wide open jump shots. He was driving to the basket, and they just kept feeding him, Ken, which is, a good coaching staff will say, you know what, if you got a hot hand, you ride them until they're not. And they rode him all the way to a victory there.
So a change in our starting lineup tonight, and another kid that's coming off was coming off the bench. His first game, varsity game, was last week. And now he's in the starting lineup, and that's a freshman, Landon Delaney, number 5. Remember, Bob? We had no idea. In the program, it didn't say, anywhere online, it didn't say who number 5 was. We were trying to create names. Bob ran downstairs at halftime, grabbed his name, and now he's in the starting lineup.
You know, he made some very intangible plays. One of the things that made the difference in that game last Saturday was on the far end of the court. He had the ball. He was getting ready to dive out of bounds, and he called timeout as he's falling out of bounds to save that possession. And that was kind of a turning point in sealing that victory. That was a pretty heady play for a freshman.
Right. I agree. So he's going to take the starting lineup away from Dawson Mork, and I thought Dawson Mork has done a great job, the junior number 2 point guard. So it's a good problem to have when you have two guys that can really handle the ball, especially and set up your offense, the junior and freshman. And another change to the lineup is going to be Nate Vandenberg. He's going to start he's going to be number 34. He's a junior sitting at 6'4". He's going to replace Lucas Morgan in the starting lineup. We've seen Nate Vandenberg come into the game off the bench also, and he gave some key minutes, some key buckets underneath. So this coaching staff is still, and we're 8 games in to the season, still messing with that starting lineup, and you're sitting at 500, Bob.
Now, what you're going to get with this change, Ken, is that you're going to have some experience in Dawson Mork and Lucas Morgan that's used to starting, but now they're going to be going up against substitutions and the bench from the other team, and that may play a big difference in getting more scoring out of the bench.
I agree, and so your starting lineup tonight for the Bobcats are going to be Zach Moe, Jake Amon, Sam Harden, Jake Evan, and Jet Leddy. We're going to get that right all night. Okay, remember, folks, we will pronounce that right. I'll certainly try. For the Lynx, starting at point guard will be the freshman Landon Delaney. He's going to be number 5. At the 2 guard will be Max Van Westen. He's a senior, number 10. Your small forward, they call it a 3 guard on our lineup. That's going to be Riley Miller. He's a senior. He's number 24. And Nate Vandenberg at power forward, he is a junior, and he's number 34. And at center, it will be Josh Oltoff. He is a sophomore, and he is at 6'8". And he's been a catalyst so far this season for the underneath play. The offense is really trying to go to him a lot because that's going to open up the 3-point. But he's going to be number 44 in your starting lineup.
Yeah, he tends when he's in the lineup, Ken, to kind of clog up the lane quite a bit. You know, when you're 6'8" and say roughly 240 pounds, a person can do that. I think if I was 6'8", 240 pounds, Ken, I could clog up the lane too.
And the Bobcats are going to be, their head coach is Travis Ingebretson, and the head coach for your Lynx in his first season as being a head coach is Craig Nelson. We're about to bring you the national anthem. And welcome back. As they're about to go over to the starting lineups like we talked about, we already gave them to you prior to the national anthem. The Lynx TV sponsors are your anchor sponsors, Avera Medical Group, McGreevy here in Brandon, Sanford Clinic Family Medicine in Brandon, Service First Federal Credit Union, Sanford Orthopedics. The founding members are Alliance Communications, Brandon Lumber Company, Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Pharmacy, American Family Insurance Josh Koob Agency Incorporated, Heartland Funeral Home and Cremation Services, Sunshine Food Store, Today's Family Dentistry. The platinum sponsors are Sanford Health, Sioux Valley Energy, Alliance Communications, Coca-Cola Bottling, and Midco Communications. Your pride sponsors are Architecture Incorporated, Hinkle Electronic Materials, LLC, McDonald's, and Michael's Fence. Thank you, sponsors. They are the reason that we're able to do this and bring this game to you live for you folks that are at home, in your garage. I don't know if they're telecasting this at tailgaters or somewhere in town. Wherever you are, thank you for joining us. Bob, we talked about how this team has really climbed up to being 4-4 now, 500 on the season, as they look tonight to go over 500 and climb those rankings. As you know, the early part of the season, now we're going to get into the middle of the season here for your Lynx. They really got to catapult that. Take care of your home court. Make sure you win those games on your home court and see what happens on the road.
You know, that is exactly right. You gotta take care of home business. If you can win all of your home games, win half of your deals, you got a pretty good shot at a league title. And right now, they had some growing pains. They're playing some younger players. I think it's going to be a heck of a game tonight. I just looked down at the student section, Ken, and I do not believe there is a single seat available in the student section right down below us.
And
it is going to be a loud night.
Some college games that I've been to, I won't mention it because I have a coyote beside me. But yeah, we'll just leave it there. We'll keep it calm there. All right. So starting for your Lynx, you got Delaney number 5, Van Weston number 10, 24 is Miller, 34 Vandenberg, and 44 Altoff. For the Bobcats, number 2, Mo. Amin, number 4. Hardin, 10. Evan, 22. And Letty, 23. Lynx get the first possession on the tip as Van Weston's going to swing it all the way over to Miller. They're looking to go inside. Altoff at the top of the key. That high-low game which we've seen in the past, especially last game. Trying to go to Vandenberg, back up to Riley Miller, get into Vandenberg. Vandenberg finds Altoff, and there's the first 2 points of the game.
Yeah, it looks like Brookings is playing a man-to-man, and that play in the post is going to be there all night if they're going to continue to guard him like that. And oh, by the way, he did a good job of using the board there, Ken. We talked about that pregame as well.
Letty, they're looking to go into Letty, and they do not. They swing it back around to number 4. That's going to be Amin, and the first 3 is good. So your Bobcats take the lead in the first minute of the ball game. Van Weston is going to look over into Altoff. Altoff he's looking for the double team, doesn't find it. Nice jump hook, we'll say, but it's off. Back down the court is the Bobcats. That's number 2, Mo, and it's no good. Altoff with the big board. The freshman, number 5, Delaney at the point guard. Goes between his legs up to Miller. Miller looks at the top of the key, doesn't find anything. Altoff resets it. Delaney for 3. And it's good.
He just looks so composed out there. Took the ball, caught it in stride. He was in a good shooting position and let it fly as soon as he got the ball.
He does not look like a freshman, folks, and that's number 5, the leading scorer for the Lynx so far tonight. And that's going to be off of Delaney there. It's going to stay here on the left side of your screen for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Jack Even jumped out of bounds and threw the ball back off the legs of Delaney.
Harden inbound for the Bobcats. He's looking inside. He does find Mo. Mo with the jumper, no good. Van Westen with the rebound. He's going to bring it up the court. He's going to push it up to Altoff. Altoff over to Miller. Miller's double teamed. Jumper is no good. Altoff with the big rebound. And it is an N1 as Altoff, for his 4th point of the game, he's going to look to make this a 3-point play. Altoff is coming into his own. He's a sophomore. He's at 6'8". He's starting to control that paint, and especially early in this game, he is. First free throw of the game is good. Your Lynx up by 5. Full court pressure.
That foul was on the Bobcats. Jack Even, his first personal.
And the Lynx drop out of that full court pressure, and they're going to swing it, and they're going to swing it over to Harden. Harden's going to drive, guarded by Miller. Back up to, it looks like Evan. Nope, they're going to jump right back into Letty, and it's going to stay here for the Bobcats.
Yeah, they did a nice pick and roll there, Brookings did, and it just kind of went off his hands. The pass was a little quick coming through there.
Harden inbound again for the Bobcats as they're going to reset the offense. Letty's going to reset the offense back over to Harden. Harden drives with the left hand up, and it looks like it's going to be a charge. Great defense by Van Westen as he had position under the basket. Lynx ball.
Yeah, that was just a good anticipating what your opponent was going to do there and taking away that drive, and took a nice charge.
Delaney's going to pass it off to Van Westen. They're going to reset the offense, looking for Altoff again. They may get a double team right away, and it's going to be an offensive foul. I believe it's going to be on Van Westen, maybe a legal pick, but that's going to be Van Westen's first, and that's going to be the first team foul on the Lynx. Full court pressure from the Lynx as Miller's going to guard number 24. Excuse me, that's going to be number 10, Harden. And Harden's going to be fouled by Miller. So the Lynx right away in the last 10 seconds pick up their second team foul, and Miller's first.
The officials seem like they want to get control of the game here, so they're taking away some of the rougher play, at least for right now anyway.
He's going to reset the offense up for the Bobcats. Interesting as Altoff is guarding Alman, and Alman's going to take a NBA 3. It's good. So all 6 points are going to come off of threes for the Bobcats so far, as Delaney's going to push it, dribbles with his left hand, pulls it back out, finds Miller. Miller looking to Vandenberg. Vandenberg's going to look to his right, back out to Miller, resetting the offense with 20 seconds to go on the shot clock. Van Westen, Delaney, into Altoff, double teamed right away as it came right away, and there's a turnover as it came off that double team, Bob.
Yeah, they played the passing lanes there and kind of picked off the Altoff pass there, but it looks like we've got on the end line, it's Lynx basketball.
So turnover for the Bobcats, and Lucas Morgan's going to come into the game along with Dawson Mork. Vandenberg and Delaney and Miller to the bench, and you're going to see Dylan Langrock. We saw last week Dylan Langrock had a huge game last weekend with 20 points off the bench. He's in the game now. He looks inside to Altoff, and it looks like a foul. They're not going to call it. It's going to be turnover Lynx as number 22. That's going to be Evan. He's going to drop it off to Letty. Back into Evan, and it's good.
Yeah, that was a good kind of pick and roll and a nice bucket by Jack Even.
Tie ball game with 3:45 to go in the first quarter. Mork back in at point guard. He was the starting point guard last game, and they're going to swing it over to Langrock. Morgan into Altoff. He is double, triple teamed back into Morgan, and it's going to be off of Morgan as you've seen Altoff threw it to his feet.
Yeah, that was kind of a tough pass to grab, but it did bounce off of it and went out of bounds.
It's going to be Bobcats ball. It is a tie ball game with 3:20 to go. And it could have been a foul there as Amon, it is. It's going to be a charge on Amon. And Van Westen takes his second charge of the ball game.
Yeah.
What great defense from Van Westen. He's a little shook up right now. We have substitutions coming in the game right now on the court. For the Lynx is going to be Morgan, Mork, number 3, Borchardt. And you're going to have your starter back in the game is Vandenberg along with Langrock. Mork's going to reset the offense for the Lynx. It looks like they're playing a little high-low game, trying to get it over to Langrock. Langrock for 3, no good. Big rebound by Mork as it came to the top of the key. Borchardt trying to go into Morgan. Morgan's double-teamed. He's going to go into the baseline, and it's going to be out of bounds on the Lynx.
Yeah, the Lynx did a good job of kind of holding their space underneath the lane and forced him to dribble it off his leg. So looks like the Lynx are just a little bit rattled at this point in time, but we did get a steal.
Great defense from Langrock. He gets that steal like Bob said, and he's going to be fouled. And I believe that foul is going to be on.
I think it was 22, 25. Nathan Lease. It's his first.
Nathan Lee's first. The team fouls are sitting at with the Bobcats with 4 and the Lynx with 2. And there you go. Vandenberg just missed it, came off the rim. Big rebound. We still have an 8-8 ball game, folks, and just under 2:30 to go. Big block by Langrock. He is contributing in multiple ways, but there's a turnover by Mork, and that's going to be Bobcats ball as number 3, Severance, he's going to push it. They're a bit out of control. Both teams are out of control right now. That's why you're seeing heavy turnovers. Borchardt for 3, no good. And the Bobcats are going to push it.
Yeah, both teams are wanting to get up and down the court, and they're not valuing each possession, Ken. And in a game this tight right now, every possession makes a difference.
Mork gets the rebound. He spins. Great dribble. And it looked like he was fouled. They're not going to call it. And Langrock's going to try to push it inside. No, they're going to reset the offense with Mork. 24 seconds to go. Mork takes the 3. No good. This might be a good time to take a timeout. Both teams, it seems like they're just not setting up their offense at all. And we're talking both teams.
No, that's exactly right, Ken. There is a timeout. Looks like it's the Lynx taking a 30-second timeout.
Yeah, and they need one. It's a good timeout by Craig Nelson and his staff, as we talked about just a second ago. Both teams' offense, you're seeing a ton of turnovers. But one thing the Lynx can't settle for is try to hit threes when threes aren't there. Push it inside. They did a good job in the first, 2-3 minutes of the quarter. They pushed it inside, and they were getting heavy points inside. Now, don't force the ball outside. You don't fix what's not broken. Just keep on trying to get it inside.
No, that's exactly right, Ken. What I noticed the last 3 or 4 trips up and down the court, they got the ball into Althoff, and he didn't seem like he had the confidence he wanted to make that play around the deal, so he was trying to shoot the ball out or get it out to the deal, and they were deflecting the passes and getting steals. So hopefully he gets a little more confidence and takes it to the hoop. Maybe get a foul, get some free throws going here.
You're on the court for the Lynx. That's going to be Delaney, Van Westen, Althoff, Langrock, and Vandenberg. And there's another charge call. The Lynx are playing great defense, and that's going to be Delaney with the great defense. 3rd charge of the game for the Bobcats.
Yeah, that foul was on Trace Venice, his first, and he's just into the game as well.
Team foul sitting at 5 and 4. Bobcats with 5, Lynx with 4. Althoff over to Vandenberg. Vandenberg's going to drive. He's going to be fouled, and it's good. We talked about, Bob, on that brief timeout, 30-second timeout, what should be the focus? Well, Craig Nelson, he made the right call. Let's get it inside.
Yeah.
We didn't foresee it. We're not magic. is just what's working.
And you go to what's working.
Vandenberg from the line, and it is no good, but Langrock with the big rebound. He puts it up, almost a 4-point play, but Vandenberg cleans it up, and it's a 4-point play from Vandenberg. It's a 12-8 game.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. Looks like they're kind of trapping, half-court trap, trying to kind of take them out of their deal, and it was the pass was deflected there.
I love the adjustment by the coaching staff. Van Weston, layup good. With the left hand, it is now 14-8. The coaching staff, let's talk about the coaching staff here, as Craig Nelson and his staff make a huge adjustment coming out of that timeout. So you get the ball inside, they force the ball inside and they start going. You saw Langrock going inside, Vandenberg going inside. But defensively, that's the other change that came about. You said it briefly, Bob, is they started trapping at half court.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to get Brookings to play. Even, we talked about them being scattered and running up and down the court and out of control. That trapping defense, they're trying to make their speed up and even get further reckless to get steals, and it did. They stole the ball when they were trying to make an interior pass, went down and got a bucket and a foul from that.
Full-court pressure now coming out of the timeout is you see Van Weston putting on the pressure, and that's going to be a foul on Vandenberg, and I believe that's going to be his first or second?
Nope, his first.
Okay, Vandenberg with 4 points in the game, and number 14, that's going to be Noah Thompson in the game for Althoff. So Thompson, Vandenberg, Langrock, Delaney, and Van Weston on the court for the Lynx. Great defense by Vandenberg. Out of bounds on the sideline. Lynx ball. 14-8 ball game, 35.2. That makes a difference because, remember, the shot clock is 35 seconds. So 35.2 can make a difference.
It does. I noticed that they brought back in Althoff. I was watching him, and they were giving him some their quick instructions while he was out for that short amount of time on some of the adjustments he could make on the offensive end.
Langrock up to Vandenberg. They're playing that high-low game with Vandenberg and Althoff. They're trying to force it into Althoff, and he's not double-teamed yet. We seen that jumper go last week from here. He gets a big rebound there as Delaney's going to reset the offense. That's number 5, the freshman point guard. He drives, puts it up. No good, but that's a pretty jumper. Oh, and Althoff almost puts it in off the rebound. So that's going to do it for our first quarter as your Lynx up 14-8 in this ESD matchup against the Bobcats.
What a ebb and flow. It started off very slow. It was 8-8 for quite a long time, but they made some adjustments on the defensive end, and they made some minor adjustments on the offensive end to take that 6-point lead at the end of one. And
so right now, 14-8, both teams kind of settling in. The total team fouls, there hasn't been a lot, but it's double. The Bobcats are sitting with 6 team fouls, and the Lynx with 3. And nobody's really in foul trouble yet. We've seen it's been just a host of players with 1 foul. We've seen a lot of Althoff in the beginning. We've seen a lot now from Vandenberg coming out of the first time out. And so I think the focus is really getting it at Althoff because of the mismatch in size. Althoff's sitting at 6'8", and Vandenberg's not a small kid at all. Vandenberg, he sits at 6'4", and we look at the flip side of the starters on the other side. Their tallest player is Letty. He's at 6'2".
Yeah, half of the fouls from Brookings have been charges.
That's a good point. There's been 3 charges in this ball game. Great defense from the Lynx, and we see it again in the trap. Turnover. Van Weston pushing it up to Langrock. Langrock wants to go inside to Delaney. Langrock for 3. No good.
That was a very good look. He had a good, clean look. Nothing wrong with that particular shot.
Here comes the trap again, and I believe it's going to be a timeout Bobcats, but the defense is working as it's going to be a 30-second timeout, so it's going to be a quick one. We've seen the pressure just mounting up from the Lynx, and I love the game plan from the coaching staff. The coaching staff, you know, as we've seen Coach Nelson take over for Coach Deckard, you know, there's going to be a transition period. But I like what the adjustments that this coaching staff's making early in this ball game. It's really setting the tempo, you know, for this first half. It really is. It really puts the other coaching staff, the Bobcats coaching staff, in a bind because you got to play small. And they're already a smaller team, but you really got to play small. You got to play a bunch of guards to break that press. And the Bobcats do get it in bounds. It's going to be number 23, Letty. And I believe the foul on the Lynx, it's going to be their 4th team foul. And that's going to be Morgan with his first. Delaney, Thompson, Morgan, Van Westen, Langrock on the court for the Lynx. Van Westen guarding at the top of the key. He's going to guard number 10, Harden. They're going to swing it over to Amon. Amon back up to Letty. And it could have been a travel. They didn't call it. He was up in the air. Amon double teamed. Now Morgan on him. They're going to swing it over to Harden. 10 seconds to go on the shot clock from the corner. And he slips, and he's out of bounds, and Harden doesn't like the call. He slams his hand on the hardwood. The student section they won a technical. It's right in front of them.
Yeah, they're playing very aggressive man-to-man defense all the way out past the three-point line. So they're not giving the Bobcats anything to work with, any free passing lanes or anything to that nature.
Delaney into Morgan, and Morgan puts it up good. That inside's going to work all night, Bob, and it's an 8-point game.
You know, he just powered that ball right up through 2 defenders. They played good defense. He just was a little better on the offensive end.
Harden pushes it in. He's going to reset the offense to Letty. Amon for 3. Amon's already hit 1 in the game. Rebound, Delaney. Delaney between the legs. He needs help as Van Westen helps him. They got to push it across the timeline. They do with about 8 seconds on there. Delaney resets the offense. He is guarded by Harden. Delaney's going to take his time, passes it over to Van Westen. Langrock at the corner. Back up to Van Westen. Thompson, Delaney, Morgan. That's how quick the ball's being passed around, and there's a turnover, though, from the Lynx. I do like that they're passing the ball a lot, putting a lot of hands on offense on the offensive side of the ball, even though there was a turnover.
You know, that's exactly right, Ken. As frantic as they're playing on the defensive side, they're slowing down, trying to make very precise passes on the offensive end to make sure they're getting the best looks possible.
On the court for the Lynx now are Miller, Delaney, Van Westen, Thompson, and Vanderberg. Now number 4, that's going to be Sam Skolton's going to come in the game for Delaney to run the point. Bobcats inbound it, and Skolton right away on the defensive end playing good defense. And number 2, that's going to be Mo. We haven't seen a lot of Mo tonight, and that's number 23, Letty. It's going to be off. Riley Miller with the rebound, looks to Vanderberg. No, he doesn't like it. He's going to pass it over to Skolton. Skolton's going to reset the offense back up to Miller. We know Miller has a hot hand from the three-point land. Last weekend, they got to watch out for that, and we're talking about the Bobcats. And I believe it's going to be a legal screen on Thompson. Noah Thompson with the illegal screen. He's going to pick up his first foul, team 5th. So full court pressure again for the Bobcats. The Lynx with the full court pressure. They're having trouble bringing it in. There's a deep pass, and they do get it over the timeline, half court. And that's going to be Amon resetting the offense. And he's going to swing it up to number 22. That's going to be Evan. Amon with the ball again. He's going to be fouled by Van Westen. So that's Van Westen's second foul or first?
That is going to be Van Westen's second foul.
His second foul. So he's going to go to the bench. And Dawson Mork's going to come into the game, the 6-foot junior. So we're going with a little bit smaller lineup. The Lynx are with Skolton and Mork at the guard position. And at small forward will be Thompson. Miller almost gets the steal. And they're going to reset the offense. Amon could have been a travel. They're not going to call it. And the refs are really letting them play here. We've seen quite a bit of, a lot of bumping going on here. And most of this game, they've just been letting it go. Team fouls right now. The Lynx just took the lead, and you'd never want to take the lead in team fouls, but it's 7 team fouls for the Lynx. The Bobcats still sitting at 6.
Yeah, that foul was kind of a big one. It was on Riley Miller. It was his second. But I think the officials see that the game is starting to get a little bit on the rougher side, and I think you're going to start to see them trying to crack that down and shore up the game a little bit.
Van Westen and Miller go to the bench, both with 2 fouls for the Lynx. Langrock's going to come in with Mork, Delaney, Skolton, and Vandenberg on the court for the Lynx. 4:43 to go in this first half. Lynx up by 6. Delaney resets the offense back up to Langrock. They're going to swing it over to Skolton. And there goes Vandenberg. It's just off, grabs his own rebound, and it's good. Vandenberg with his 6th point of the game. He raises that lead up by 8 for the Lynx. There comes the double, and it's over and back as a great defense from Delaney and Vandenberg on that trap. You talked about it, Bob. It is just a trapping defense, and it's working.
It's a little bit different trap each time down the court, so they don't get used to breaking an easy one. They're modifying it just a little bit to kind of disrupt the offense.
Langrock resetting the offense over to Van Westen. Vandenberg for his first 3. It is no good. Rebound by Evan. He's going to push the ball up the court. He's going to be guarded by Mork. They are going to, with the pick, nope. Evan's going to come back around with the left hand. He's going to go up, no good. And it's going to be a turnover. No, it's going to stay here with the Bobcats with 22 seconds to go on the shot clock. 8-point game, 18-10. Your Lynx over the Bobcats in this ESD matchup.
Yeah, the defense that they're employing right now is what's keeping their lead and helping them to maintain
Arden,
this.
Over to Evan. Back up to Amon. Amon for his second 3 of the game. No, it is off. Big rebound, though, for the Bobcats. It's going to be Lease. They're going to swing it into there is not a 43 on my roster, but we will call him Jackson Hoffman for now. Langrock. They're going to swing it over to Delaney. Delaney's going to go up, and he's going to be fouled. He didn't settle for the 3. He could have took that 3. He pulled it out, but he drove. You like kind of we'll call it basketball IQ from the freshman. He really seems like he has great vision, a great sense on the court. Doesn't he, Bob, on the offensive side of the ball?
No, he does. He knows that they got to defend the 3. They got to be cognizant of it. But it's a much higher percentage if you can take that ball to the hoop. You can get your fouls, you can get free throws, that type of thing. So, no, he's a very heady freshman.
Vandenberg goes to the bench. He's got 6 points. Althoff comes in for him. You got Mork. Delaney at the line. He missed his first free throw. And you have Van Westen and Langrock underneath. Second one's good. Delaney's 3rd point of the ball game. 4th point of the ball game because he did hit a 3 earlier. And here comes the trap as Evans tries to get it over. He does, just barely. I thought it may have touched the sideline there. As great defense from Delaney. That's his 2nd great defensive play this game. As Van Westen's going to push it, he's going to take the 3. No, he's going to reset the offense as Mork resets the offense over to Langrock. He's going to push it. No, they're going to reset it up. They want Althoff to come across the court here. They don't get it. Van Westen from Delaney, back up to Delaney. He's going to push it with his left hand. He's going to try to go into Althoff. That's where the focus is right now. Mork to Langrock. Jumper is good. Langrock has a sweet, sweet shot. Number 20 from the junior for the Lynx.
Yeah, they did a good job of making that extra pass, and they got a wide open look.
The Lynx have been really good with the extra passing tonight on the offensive side. Amon, he's going to have his 5th point of the ball game. He hits the jumper. 21-12, and Amon's got 8 points to lead all scorers. Althoff, he's going to come with the jump hook, no good, and they decide, I thought it was off the Bobcats. I mean, my point of view is pretty good here, Bob. Come on. It's a cross court.
It is pretty good, but I don't think
up in the rafters.
Either officials didn't really want to make that call, so they said, all right, we'll give it to this team. We'll be good hosts. We'll give it to the visitors.
We are up in the rafters, you know. I mean, we got a pretty good vantage point.
We do.
Here comes the tramping defense from the Lynx. As Amon, he leads all scorers with 8. He's going to swing it over to number 25. That's going to be Lease. He's guarded by Mork. Great steal by Mork, the number 2, the junior for the Lynx. He's going to drive, doesn't find it, and they're going to reset the offense, which you want them to do because everything collapsed on Mork there. Van Westen into Althoff. Focus is there. He's not double-teamed yet. They have been bringing the double team. Langrock is he going to be fouled? No, they're going to call it out of bounds, though, on the Bobcats as Langrock drove the lane. They're being really aggressive, and that's what you want to see from the offensive side, Bob.
You know, it just puts so much pressure on the defense when you're going towards the basket because you got to defend the kick out for the 3, but you also got to defend the hole.
Lynx ball underneath with 1:25 to go, 15 seconds on the shot clock. Althoff grabs the inbound play. Langrock back into Althoff. He is triple teamed. He does find Borchard over to Mork. Langrock, 5 seconds to go on the shot clock. Somebody's got to find the rim. And a sweet turnaround jumper by Althoff. The 6'8 sophomore, he's got 7 points.
You know, hopefully that'll give him a little bit of confidence because it seems like he was trying to avoid the shots and do the kick out, but hopefully that'll give him some confidence.
Leedy, it's no good. That's going to be a rebound from Hoffman, and he's going to be fouled. We'll see who the foul's on here.
I think it's going to be Cole Borchard. It is Cole Borchard.
Cole Borchard, he's in the game. He's a senior, number 3 for the Lynx. Noah Thompson back in the game for the Lynx. So you have Delaney. You have Noah Thompson. You have Mork, Althoff, Borchard on the court for the Lynx. Hoffman to the line for try his first points. All right, we did get, it's Longville is number 43 for the Bobcats, and he misses the free throw. Althoff, 39 seconds to go in the first half, and it goes between the legs of Thompson. Delaney's going to reset the offense over to Thompson. Gets into the focal point. He's double teamed. That's Althoff. Delaney, no good from the baseline. No shot clock. The shot clock is off now for this first half. And the Bobcats sitting with 14 seconds. Amon for 3. No good. And Longville with the rebound. They're going to say it's on the floor, though. But he is going to go to the line because team fouls are going to go to 9 now on the Lynx.
But looks like they're targeting Dawson Mork on that one.
And 7 team fouls on the Bobcats. Now we got the right name to the number. It is Longville. That's number 43. Puts up the first free throw. No good. Althoff with the rebound. Lynx can get a shot off. They're down to 3. 2. Borchard's going to go up. No good. And that's going to do it for the first half. Your Lynx in this ESD matchup, this back-to-back ESD matchup from this weekend to tonight, they lead the Bobcats 23-12. Your Lynx TV sponsors, we'll go through those here, are The anchor sponsors Avera Medical Group, McGreevy here in Brandon. Sanford Clinic Family Medicine in Brandon. Service First Federal Credit Union, Sanford Orthopedics. The founding members are Alliance Communications, Brandon Lumber Company, Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Pharmacy, American Family Insurance, Josh Koob Agency Incorporated, Heartland Funeral Home and Cremation Services, Sunshine Food Store, Today's Family Dentistry. The platinum sponsors are Sanford Health, Sioux Valley Energy, Alliance Communications, Coca-Cola Bottling, and Midco Communications. The pride sponsors are Architecture Incorporated, Hinkle Electronics Materials, LLC, McDonald's, and Michael's Fence. Thank you, sponsors. They are the reason I always reiterate that every broadcast, as they're the reason that we're able to bring these to you live on Channel 226 Alliance Communications and Lynx TV on YouTube. Make sure you follow it, subscribe to it. I know you got YouTube, you got to subscribe or whatever, or follow it, whatever you do, but do it. We have a pleasure, Bob went to take a break right now, but Bob and I have a pleasure of calling these games, and on the girls' side of the token is Chuck and I can't remember his name now, Todd Long. Sorry, Todd. And so it's Chuck and Todd. They bring you live broadcasting from the girls' Lynx team. So in the first half, we've seen a lot of the Lynx going inside as they've tried to force the play into Althoff, and it's worked so far as Langrock and Vandenberg have contributed inside also. We've seen a couple threes, but we really haven't seen a host of threes from the Lynx because the focus hasn't been there. Defensively is where you're playing the game for the Lynx. Whenever you hold a team to 12 points and a half, you're doing something right on defense. And that trapping defense, full court pressure has worked for 99% of the night. And so the Lynx really coming off of last week's game have really catapulted this team. You saw a little bit of juggling in the starting lineup with Delaney and Vandenberg jumping into that starting lineup. And the freshman, Landon Delaney, has did a tremendous job from the point guard position. And we know how important and how stressful that point guard position can be. So hats off to the freshman. Well, we'll be back here Thursday evening for another Lynx TV broadcast, and we hope you tune in to that also, as the Lynx tonight are trying to go over that 500 mark, sitting at 4-4. The Bobcats sitting at 1-6, and are 0-5 in the last 5 games. Your Lynx in the last 5 games are 4-1. So what we got so far is team fouls. You know, the team fouls have really been about this. I mean, it's both about right around the same by give or 1 or 2. Nobody's in real trouble for the Lynx. Foul trouble, I know Miller and Van Weston have 2 fouls apiece. And so I got another correction. So number 43 is Burns.
Yes. They was not on the original program, but it was in the scorebook,
Okay.
which makes it perfectly legal.
Yeah.
But it does not help us when we do not have the name on the either online or
right.
on the program. So we got it now for the second half because we know he's going to be in there. So
hats off to Bob. You know, I walk into the gymnasium every boys game, okay, and looking to do the telecast. Bob goes, "Man, you're early tonight." Well, I'm trying to be like you, Bob. I'm trying to be punctual. I'm trying to be here, you know, an hour before, even though I got here a half an hour before. You were probably here an hour before, talking to the AD and talking to people and doing things and printing out these sheets for us. You think, did you, I'm not going to give our secrets away, but yeah, we'll just keep it at that. Great job, Bob.
Thank you, Ken. I just, like I said, do a little part about what I can do and to try to make the broadcast better for the folks at home so they can kind of get the feeling that they're right here watching the game.
And Bob's been a tremendous partner of mine, and you heard him a little bit in the football season too. So football coming up here next year. You know, we touched on Chad Garrow a little bit and the passing of Coach Garrow, and our thoughts and prayers go out to the family of Coach Garrow and his celebration of life. The celebration of life service will be at 2 p.m. here in the gymnasium this Sunday. So everybody's welcome to come to that celebration of life and celebrate the life of a great person, a great father. I'm sure a great son, and a great coach, a great teacher that we all loved and knew, and his spirit's with us. So everybody come out and celebrate. That celebration of life service will be at 2 p.m. here at the high school gym on this Sunday. So we have a ball game that we focus on here. As you know, I talked a little bit about while you were down talking to the AD and talking to the, you know, doing what Bob does at halftime, runs down there. I see him, I mean, he's sprinting. He's sprinting to the table over there.
For the scorebook.
And looking at the scorebook, he took the scorebook, and I thought you were bringing the scorebook up here. You say, I just need this.
You know, sometimes we do, Ken, but they might come looking for me. So just an FYI for you, yeah. I did ask for permissions from the scorekeeper if I can touch their book, because they do tend to be a little possessive on that.
So number 43 is Burns for the Bobcats. So we're going to take a timeout and take our breath here a little bit with 2:30 to go right before the start of the second half. Your Lynx on top of the Bobcats, 23-12. And welcome back to the second half as both teams are coming to the court. We have a 23-12 game here in Brandon, South Dakota at the Brandon High School. Your Lynx in this ESD matchup against the Bobcats. The Lynx are going to start with the ball at half court. Same starting lineup as Delaney, Van Westen, Altoff, Miller, and Vandenberg. Delaney's going to swing it over to Van Westen. Van Westen's going to swing it back up and set at the top of the key over to Delaney. Miller, Vandenberg, they're trying to go inside to Altoff. It's not working yet as Miller is going to drive with his left hand. He's going to put it up, and it's good.
Now that was a good drive to the lane, a little pump fake to get him up out of the way, waited until they come down and took it up. It was good. One adjustment I see that they made there, Ken, and we were just talking about it off the air a little bit. They're starting to get Altoff to post right on the box, and he was open.
And there's that pressure as Delaney with a big steal. The Lynx don't get back, though, off the Altoff layup. Amon, he's going to grab his 10th point of the game as the Bobcats strike quick. Miller, Altoff. It's no good, but a hustle play by Van Westen to get that jump ball. Possession's going to go to the Bobcats, though. 27-14 game. Lynx in this ESD matchup over the Bobcats. Full court pressure coming from the Lynx. Amon is going to swing it over to Harden. He's going to break the press. He doesn't find what he likes. Amon, he's going to swing it over to Mo. Mo with the jumper, and he's going to grab his rebound. No, it's going to go over to Evans. Evans from three. No good. Van Westen with a big rebound. We've seen a lot from Van Westen defensively. He's going to pass it up to Vandenberg, and Vandenberg's going to score his 8th point of the game. It's a 29-14 ball game.
Yeah, they kind of did a run out, just like they had done to them the other direction. That works both ways, Ken.
And you're going to have a reset from Harden. Harden's going to drive. Van Westen playing great defense tonight. They swing it over to Letty, and he's going to hit the three for the Bobcats. Delaney over to Miller. Miller from three. Good. And there's your answer from Miller, as we've seen Miller a lot this year hit some big threes, and there's nothing like the last three as the biggest to answer. And there's going to be a foul, I believe. Is that going to be Van Westen's third?
It is. It's going to be his third foul.
So Van Westen, Max Van Westen, the senior, the 5'10 senior, is going to pick up his third foul. It looks like Langrock is going to come off the bench. And no, he's not going to take him out. They're going to take out Altoff. Van Westen's going to stay in the game. At the free throw line, misses his first free throw. He's looking to connect on his second, and he does. And with his 11th point of the ball game, he leads all scores in this ball game for the Bobcats. Delaney drives over to Miller, looking for his second three in a row. It's no good. Harden with the rebound. He's going to push the ball up the court. He looks over to Letty. Letty just hit a three on the second possession of this second half for the Bobcats. Evans looking inside. No, they don't find it. And Evans trying to force it. They're going to go over to Harden for three. It is no good. Miller with the rebound. He's going to push it up the court. Lynx ball. Resets the offense over to Van Westen. They want it into Vandenberg, but a great defensive play from Amon. Amon's a pretty good player for the Bobcats. He leads all scores with 11. Amon resets the offense, and he's going to be guarded. Well, they're going to swing it back over to Evans, guarded by Miller. And that could have been a travel. They're not going to call it, but that's going to be 2 points for Jack Evan. Lynx push the ball up. Langrock could have been fouled there, but the cleanup work, and we've seen that a lot tonight, Bob, by Nate Vandenberg. Vandenberg's got 10.
You know, that's just good fundamental basketball. When you got a shot coming up from this side, you crash the other side, and if it's over a little bit longer, you got a good opportunity for the bucket, which they got right underneath the basket right down below us here.
You have to love the hustle play from Vandenberg. He's just all over the boards, isn't he? Just everywhere.
Looks like Dylan Langerock picked up his first foul.
So Langerock's going to pick up his first foul, and then he makes up for it. And with great defense, the inbound play goes off Letty, and that's who Langerock was guarding. Link's ball, as Vandenberg's going to go up to Langerock. He looks for Van Westen. They're going to swing it out to Miller. Miller for three, no good. Just off, as Miller hit his first three of the ball game early in the third quarter.
Yeah, he got a really good look there. The last 3 times down the court, they've worked the ball around, and he's getting wide open looks. So they're going to start falling, I hope.
Harden drives, but he took one too many steps there. You can't take 3 or 4, and it's going to be a traveling call on Harden.
Looks like we've got Trey Svenis that just came in the game, and also Nathan Elise for the Bobcats.
Delaney drives. Great crossover from Delaney, finds Miller. Back over to Delaney. They want to go into Vandenberg. Vandenberg leads all scorers for the Lynx with 10 and almost had his 12th point. Great rebound and headsy play from Miller underneath as he knocked. What do you call that, Bob?
Well, you're throwing it off the opponent when you're trapped underneath the basket.
Yeah, throw it off somebody's leg so you keep the possession.
Now, I have to point out, Ken, one of the last trips down the line, we tried to get it into the post. They kind of threw a flat pass that got stolen. Delaney, when he had the same opportunity, knew to throw the teardrop up and over for easy access into the lane.
Amon, he's going to swing it over to number 2, Mo. Mo doesn't find anything, back up to Evan. Resetting the offense back over to Mo. Great defensive play from Langerock. The last 2 possessions, that's been great defensive plays from Langerock. Cole Decker's going to come into the game for his first minutes of this ball game, number 12 for the Lynx. So
and Lucas Morgan as well. Joining him.
Lucas Morgan into the ball game too. So Mork, Decker, Morgan, Miller, and Van Westen on the court. Shots off from the Bobcats. Miller's going to drive. He's going to go over to Decker. Decker resets the offense, and they're going to go over to Morgan. It's going to be out of bounds from Amon. He got his hands on the ball as they were trying to swing it over to Van Westen.
Looks like number 43, Burns, is back into the game for Brookings, and he adds a little bit of size.
So we have called number 43 from the Bobcats. If you're just joining us, we've called him Hoffman, Longville, and now he is Burns, and that's the correct last name, Burns. And there's going to be a foul, as I believe it's going to be number 22.
Jack Even, his second?
Jack Even, that's going to be his second foul. Team foul, I believe it's 1 for the Bobcats. Morgan, up, no good. Decker with a great rebound, puts it up, no good. But you love the hustle plays from the Lynx. Bobcats bring it down the court as Evan. He's going to look to pass over to Amon. Amon's going to reset the offense and back to Evan. A little bit of a 2-man game here as Burns over to Amon. Amon with the crossover behind the back. He's going to swing it back up to number 25. That's Lees. And now Evan's going to come with his right hand. He's guarded by Decker. Great defense. Is that going to be a jump ball? It is. Possession Lynx. So that defense, that trapping defense is working. It's really stifling that offense from the Bobcats.
Yeah, they're making a good concerted effort to clog up the lane, Ken, and make them shoot from the outside, and it's working so far this half.
And Mork, he's going to swing it over to Decker. Decker with the first minutes of his ball game tonight is Miller trying to find Morgan. They're still trying to go inside to these guys, and Morgan's going to be double teamed, doesn't find anything. He's got to kick it out. Miller with 14 seconds on the shot clock, no good. Great hustle play by Deckert. He doesn't find it, though, but Van Westen with the even better hustle play, and it's good with the steal. Max Van Westen with his 4th point of the game. He comes back into the game with 3 fouls. 25, that's going to be Lease, and I believe it's going to be a foul on number 12, and I think it's going to be Decker.
Cole Decker is first.
Cole Decker with his first, like Bob just said. That's going to put number 25, the junior, Nathan Lease, to the line for the Bobcats. 16-point ball game, minute 34 to go in the 3rd quarter. As Lease connects on his first, we have a host of new Bobcats coming into the game, along with Delaney, Deckert, Mork, Riley, and Morgan on the court for the Lynx. Second one for Lease is good. It is now a 14-point ball game. Delaney pushes the ball up the court. He is guarded by Amundsen. He's going to swing it over to Mork. Mork doesn't like what he sees on that right side of the court. As Delaney, we've seen a couple of his passes. Maybe he's telegraphing those passes a little bit because they're playing the passing lanes pretty good. Let's see if he can do a little bit of a backdoor here, because they're overplaying that passing lane a little bit. Let's see if the coaching staff adjusts that. This is going to be a 30-second timeout from the Lynx. It's going to be Lynx ball coming out of this timeout.
The one thing I like about him, and I'm talking about Delaney, he's very crisp with his passes. He's fundamentally, it's not just a one-handed kind of flip, but it would be good to do that fake two-handed, bounce past it behind him to the basket.
That backdoor pass would work because they're, like you said, Bob, they're overplaying that passing lane huge. They're looking for it constantly. On the court right now, Decker, Delaney, Morgan, Miller, and Mork for your Lynx. They're going to inbound the ball from the sideline. 22 seconds to go on the shot clock. A minute 21 in the play clock. Delaney with a sweet left hand, no good, but Morgan's going to clean it up underneath, and it's good.
Again, the importance of crashing the boards from the opposite side will get a lot of rebounds and a lot of putback opportunities.
Full court pressure from the Lynx as there's a great trap. You might have to call a timeout. Are they going to call 10 seconds? No, there's a timeout. You only get so many of those. And that's going to be, I believe they'll have 3 timeouts remaining.
I don't know if they've taken it off the board yet, Ken, but right now the board is showing 3 timeouts. Actually, they took it off now. Now they're down to 2 for the remainder of the game, which is another minute in this one and another 8 in the 4th quarter.
You're right. So 8 minutes and 59 seconds. I'm not going to put the point on there. So 59 seconds left in this game.
It's right there, Ken. You can say that.
8 minutes, 59 seconds, 0.8. That sounds great. So a full timeout from the Bobcats as that trapping defense for the Lynx has really, really worked all night. You got to love that what Coach Nelson is doing this evening. The game plan going into this game is pressure, 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 pressure. We've seen it all night.
And I've done a few games this year, Ken, but this is the most pressure that they put on the teams in any of the games that I've been able to witness.
And I like it. If the game plan calls for it, stick with it and just keep it going. You're going to get the turnovers because not every team's so structured to break a press all the time. And as the Bobcats, it's going to be a turnover. Delaney off that pressure. He's going to find Morgan. Does he find Miller? No, he up and under, and it's no good. A great move by Morgan, though. He did have Miller wide open from the 3, and he decided to take it.
But that was a good look, Ken. He was right there. It just kind of took an unfriendly bounce.
Mo is going to be fouled on the shot. That's going to be number 2. That's going to be Zach Moe from the Bobcats. It's going to be Decker's 2nd foul. 4th team foul. And 1 team foul so far from the Bobcats. Zach Moe connects on his first points.
Looks like into the game for the first time for the Bobcats is Jackson Eck, number 52.
Second free throw is no good. Mork with the rebound, up to Delaney, resetting the offense, taking their time a little bit here on offense as the shot clock looks like it's almost simultaneously with the game clock, down to 20 seconds.
It's that .8, Ken.
That .8 or .2 or 7, whatever you want, but Delaney's going to reset the offense, taking his time. Guarded by Amundsen, here comes the double. Swings it over to Miller for 3, good. Perfect offense with 14 seconds to go. And that will do it for the third quarter as this game's turned into an 18-point lead from the third quarter, 41-23 in this ESD matchup, the Lynx versus the Bobcats. Your sponsors again for Lynx TV, and remember, Bob, you say it way better than I do. Why do we want to support these sponsors?
Because not everybody can make it out to the game tonight, and it gives the whole community an opportunity to be a part of the Brandon Valley team, the part of the community, but more importantly, for those that can't not necessarily make it. And it's kind of brisk out tonight, but it gives them a chance to see and support the athletes from this community.
Your anchor sponsors for Lynx TV are Avera Medical Group in McGreevy, Brandon, Sanford Clinic Family Medicine, Brandon, Service First Federal Credit Union, Sanford Orthopedics. The founding members are Alliance Communications, Brandon Lumber Company, Brandon Ace Hardware, Brandon Pharmacy, American Family Insurance Josh Koob Agency Incorporated, Heartland Funeral Home and Cremation Services, Sunshine Food Store, and Today's Family Dentistry. We'll go over the Platinum and Pride sponsors when the next dead ball happens. We have a timeout. And the Bobcats looking to inbound, and they're going to go deep, and that's going to be number 52, Jackson Eck. And I think, is that the former offensive coordinator for the Jackrabbits, the football team? I don't know if that's his son or not.
Evan. I don't know, sorry.
Evan for 3 from the Bobcats, and now it is a 15-point game. Vandenberg back in the game with Thompson. Borchardt and Langrock. Kick ball on Letty. So the players for the Lynx that are on the court right now, Borchardt, Thompson, Vandenberg, Langrock, and one of your starters, Van Weston, at the point. Over to Langrock, looking for the Thompson screen, doesn't find it. They're going to swing it all the way over to Van Weston. Thompson resets the offense, dribbles with his left hand. It looks like he was fouled. They're not going to call it on Letty, but it's going to be out of bounds on Letty.
You know, that was a pretty heady play. He passed, 2 players went, and he took it open to the lane. Must have made a pretty good defensive play on the ball.
Coach Nelson did not like that call. Van Western with 2 seconds to go on the shot clock puts it up, resets the shot clock, but it is off. Harden is going to try to break the press. The Lynx drop out of that press. Harden resets the offense over to Letty. He's going to find Eck. Eck dribbles with his right hand, swings it back over to Harden. Harden looking inside. He finds Zach Moe, and it's going to be a pushing foul on Borchardt.
His second, Kim.
His second foul. And team foul sitting at 5 for the Lynx. Bobcats with 1. Inbound to Eck. Great defense from the Lynx. Still putting the pressure on. Evan back over to Letty. Letty back up to Moe. Great defense again, Evans. As Letty with 18 seconds to go on the shot clock swings it way over to Moe. Moe from 3, no good. Vandenberg, Borchardt, Van Westen back up to Vandenberg for the Lynx. Guarded by Moe. Borchard's going to dribble with his left hand, finds Thompson. Thompson over to Langrock. Vandenberg gets position, and almost good with that jumper. But that's going to put Vandenberg to the line. He's going to be fouled on the play.
That's going to be a second foul on Zach Moe.
Zach Moe with his second foul. Team fouls at 2 for the Bobcats. Vandenberg's first one is no good. Miller, Delaney back into the ball game for Thompson and Borchardt. So on the court right now with Vandenberg at the line, Thompson, Vandenberg, Miller, Langrock, and Delaney. Vandenberg looking at the second free throw to go in here. 41-26 ball game, and he does not connect. Great hustle, though, by Vandenberg, and almost gets the rebound.
Yeah, that was a good hustle play. Unfortunately, the ball just kind of got past the one player there, and it's Bobcats' ball.
So four-court pressure now going to be put on by the Lynx again. As they're going to try to get into Evan, they get into Harden. He's going to be trapped, and they're going to back off that full-court pressure. Harden over to Eck. He's going to look back up to Letty. Letty over to Harden. Harden's looking into Letty. He doesn't find it. Dribbles with his left hand, goes over to Moe, trying for his three, and it's good. It is a 41-29 ball game, as with the past 2 threes, the Bobcats have climbed back into this game a little bit. Langrock, guarded by Eck. He's going to find Delaney. Delaney drives, puts it up, no good, but he's going to be fouled by, I believe it's going to be Eck.
Well, they said fouls on 23.
23, and that's going to be Letty, and that's going to be his first foul. He's got 3 points in the ball game. Delaney going to the line for the Lynx, the freshman. First one's no good, so the last 3 free throws, Bob, 0 for 3 for the Lynx.
You know, it's a good thing that we've got a double-digit lead right now, because these free throws could be critical. We need to start knocking those down.
Delaney from the line. Second one is good. And it's a 42-29 ball game. Delaney with 5 points. They backed off that pressure a little bit as Harden's going to swing it over to Amundsen. Amundsen has 11 points to lead all scores over to Harden. He's going to be fouled, I believe, by Van Westen.
It is. That's his 4th foul, Ken.
That's going to be Van Westen's 4th foul. Interesting to see what the coaching staff's going to do now with Van Westen sitting with 4 fouls. They're going to leave him in the ball game. Evan. They're going to swing it over to Moe. And Harden's going to reset the offense. He looks inside. He doesn't find anything. Great defense by Vandenberg. As number 25, that's going to be Lease, puts it up with the left hand, and it's good. It's now an 11-point game. Vandenberg, he's going to be double-teamed right away. Great left-handed shot put up by Vandenberg. He's got 12 points. He leads all scorers in this ball game.
Yeah, that was a good move. He got the right positioning underneath the block and made a good move with his left hand and used the board, Ken.
And Moe, he's going to drive. Is he fouled? They're going to call it. And it's going to be the 7th team foul on the Lynx. Let's see who they call it on.
I think they're calling it on Weston, or did they call?
Looks like Langrock. It's going to be his.
Langrock? Yep, I guess they did.
Langrock is with his 2nd, and Vandenberg is going to go to the bench. Now, Delaney, Van Westen, Thompson, Miller, Langrock on the court for the Lynx. Moe connects on his first free throw. He's got 6 points.
Yeah, it looks like the Lynx are rolling the dice a little bit with Van Westen out there. They've got some good depth at that position, but I think they want his leadership on the court.
Langrock over to Delaney. Miller resets the offense. He's going to come up to Van Westen. Van Weston still in the ball game with 4 fouls, and Coach Nelson's going to call a 30-second timeout, I believe. And we can finish with our sponsors there because it's going to be a full timeout. Platinum sponsors are for Lynx TV are Sanford Health, Sioux Valley Energy, Alliance Communications, Coca-Cola Bottling, and Midco Communications. Our pride sponsors are Architecture Incorporated, Hinkle Electronic Materials, LLC, McDonald's, and Michael's Fence. So, Bob, we have 11-point ball game. We've seen the lead climb up to 18 in this ball game. We've really seen from the free throw line the Lynx not connecting. And that's part of the problem here is that that's allowed, especially with 2 threes early in the fourth quarter. The threes have really allowed the Bobcats to climb a little bit into this ball game. They're still down double digits, but it's only 11.
Now, I noticed that for most, if not all of most of the third quarter or fourth quarter, Althoff had been sitting on the bench. I noticed they're bringing him back in, probably to clog up the lane here a little bit and see if they can slow those drives to the basket down and let's salt this game away.
Althoff, Mork, Van Westen, Langrock, and Miller into the ball game for the Lynx. Miller swings it up to Langrock. Right away, they're going to go to Althoff. They're not going to do the continuation on that shot, which they could have, but Althoff's going to be fouled.
Looks like Jake Amon on the foul there, his second.
Langrock with the inbound into Althoff. Double teamed. Althoff goes up. It's going to be no good, but it's going to be Lynx ball. It's going to be off of Mo. So 35 seconds to go on the shot clock. It reset. 3:53 to go. 11-point ball game in this ESD matchup as the Lynx are trying to go to 5-4 on the season. Mork into Van Westen, back over to Mork. Mork for his first points of the ball game. No, but big rebound from Althoff just off the hands of Mork. Amundsen's going to drive. He's going to drive with his left hand, loses the ball, and it's going to be picked up by Langrock, but it's going to be off Langrock.
Yeah, he jumped the passing lane there and was kind of up in the air, and he just couldn't control the ball and it went out of bounds. So good defensive play, though.
Could you have controlled it?
No.
Oh, come on. I mean,
I couldn't have controlled that on a video game.
I was counting on you.
Yeah, I couldn't have controlled that on a video game. So.
The Bobcats are going to reset the ball, and it's going to be off of Miller. So 22 seconds on the shot clock. Still 11-point ball game as Harden's going to inbound the ball for the Bobcats.
Yeah, the Lynx are doing a good job of getting the hands in the passing lane and contesting the shots.
Mo up and no good. Miller with a big rebound with just under 3:30 to go in this ball game. And there's an unforced turnover. No, they're going to get it back. That's going to be Miller over to Langrock.
I don't know what they put on that ball during the last timeout, but they need to get it dried off or something.
Althoff over to Van Westen looking for Mork. He was wide open underneath. They couldn't find him. Althoff's going to be double teamed, and Harden's going to pick up the foul. I think it's going to be a reach in, isn't it, by Harden? Or who's it going to be on?
Nathan Lease, his second.
Okay, Lease
like
with the push.
Yeah.
Morkins bounds it to Althoff. Langrock finds Miller. Great pass from Langrock to Miller underneath. And it's a 13-point ball game now.
Excellent entry pass right into the post and gave an opportunity to get an easy bucket.
So that's going to be 10 points now for Miller on that last bucket. And Mork's going to pick up his second foul of the ball game. That's going to put Harden to the line
for a 1-and-1.
For a 1-and-1. And Mork grabs his second foul, like we said. He's going to go to the bench, and Delaney is going to come back into the ball game. Harden's first free throw is good. On the court right now, Langrock number 20. 10 is Van Weston. Delaney's 5. Miller's 24. Althoff is 44. Big rebound by Langrock on the miss. Second free throw. Delaney, there's a trap. Let's see if they can break it. It's going to be a foul on Amundsen. I believe that's going to be his third, isn't it?
It is.
His third foul. Amundsen, I believe, has 11 points in the ball game.
But they're still not shooting just yet. The next foul, though, on Brookings, and they'll be into the 1-and-1.
Team fouls right now. Lynx with 8. The Bobcats with 6. 12-point game. Here comes the pressure from the Bobcats. The Lynx get it over the timeline. Miller looked like he's fouled. They don't call it. Clean block. Letty's going to push the ball up. He's going to find Evan. Evan looks for the 3. No, he's going to go back to Letty. No, they're going to swing it back up top key. Amundsen has a couple threes in this ball game so far. Looks to Harden. Harden's looking to Letty inside. Doesn't find him. Back over to Amundsen. Amundsen's going to put up the 3. No good. Big rebound by Letty, though. Harden's going to look at the 3. Back over to Letty. Letty's going to reset the offense with 30 seconds to go on the shot clock. Just under 2 minutes to go in this ball game. Evan, no good. As Delaney's going to come push the ball up the court for the Lynx. Take your time. As Van Weston's going to reset the offense. Van Weston's a senior, number 10 with the ball. Delaney swings it over to Miller. Don't have to force the shot here. Minute 40 to go in this ball game. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Use all that shot clock. I'm sure that's what Nelson's saying right now. Big turnover, though, as Amundsen has really played a pretty good game offensively and defensively, Bob. Number 4 for the Bobcats. He's going to be fouled by Miller, and that's going to be his what? Third foul of the ball game. Miller's got 10 points. Amundsen's looking for his 12th and 13th point of the ball game. He's got 11 points for the Bobcats. He goes to the line. He does not connect on the first one, and free throw shooting has been troublesome for both teams in this game. Miller's going to be trapped. He finds Langrock. Langrock's wide open. He's going to force that shot a little bit early in that shot clock. Could have took some time off, but there's going to be a foul on number 23. No. I'm sorry. Althoff.
His first. He went over the back and did the bumping on the body.
Good job, Bob. I would have never known that.
But I tell you what, we were talking about shooting early in the shot clock.
Yeah.
The coach just took that opportunity to do a coaching moment and say, hey, we didn't need it that quite early. And didn't yell at him. It was just a good teaching moment right there.
And Dylan Langrock, the junior, we're talking about Coach Nelson talking to Langrock about it. That, like Bob said, we didn't need a shot that early in the shot clock. Althoff's going to go back to the bench. Vandenberg's in for the Lynx. It's a 10-point game, a minute 18 to go in this ESD matchup. Pressure by the Bobcats. They're going to swing it over to Van West and the Lynx. Lynx back up to Langrock, and there's going to be a turnover. And the Lynx having a little bit of trouble with that full court pressure. Evan over to Harden, and they're playing great half-court defense, though. We're talking the Lynx. They've really collapsed that three-point line, not allowing the Bobcats to get a free shot off from 3. Letty connects with the 2. There's a timeout from the Bobcats, so we do have an 8-point game as both teams have struggled 2 parts of the game, Bob, from the free throw line in full court pressure.
They do. What they're not doing is they need to get that ball to the middle of the court, and they're taking it up the sides where they could be trapped. I'm pretty certain that the coach right now is saying, okay, here's how we're going to be breaking this press, and we'll see if he gets the ball to the middle of the court, which gives you a whole lot of opportunity where the passing lanes are to get it down further. So we'll see what the coach does. Coach Nelson is a great tactician. He will make that adjustment and see if they can close out this game.
That's a big word. I didn't know you had it in your vocabulary. I'm not saying you're not smart, Bob, but tactician. Folks.
Well, I got to clarify. I got this calendar at work, and
Yeah.
it gives me words that I got to use every day in a sentence. And today's was tactician, and I hadn't used it today yet, so it seemed to fit here.
Okay. All right. Well, the true story's coming out. Yeah. So tactician there, Coach Nelson, tactician, Lynx ball.
There you go. You put those together in almost a sentence.
Miller's having a hard time inbounding. He's going to call a timeout. Let's see how many timeouts are remaining for the Lynx. I believe 2, so that's going to bring him down to 1. 50 seconds, 50.2 seconds. Sorry. 50.2 seconds to go in the ball game. Still an 8-point game. That's going to be, I believe, a full timeout here, as the Bobcat coaching staff may have thought that he took 5 seconds. I think it was 4.5, so I think we're good.
Yeah, as you can see, why you don't use your timeouts early in the game, because you may need them right at the end to make these adjustments. Now we know what defense they're going to be playing. Now we can make some adjustments on how to get the ball in, maybe who's getting the ball in. Do they send, if they're all tight up there, do you send somebody deep and into the, just over the top of the deal and do kind of like a baseball type pass to get over the top? There's some different ways that you can break this press, but it's easy for me to talk about it. I'm up here in the booth. They're down there on the court.
Is that part of the tactician vocabulary?
Yes.
Okay.
He knows that stuff. I just know how to say tactician.
Hey, I got a question for you. When's the last time you used a dictionary?
You really want me to be honest?
Sure.
This morning about 8:30.
Wow. Okay. I knew that would come from Bob, so that's why I asked. All right. Full court pressure from the Bobcats. Miller. And it's going to be a jump ball. No. They're going to call travel. No. It's going to be a foul on Amundsen, I believe.
Number 10,
No,
Sam Harden.
It's going to be Harden.
His first. But now they're shooting one-on-one. So, Ken, we've preached over the number of games that I've helped with the importance of making free throws. It's a 1-on-1. It's very important to make the front end of that so you get that second opportunity.
Miller's going to go to the line with 10 points in the ball game. He's going to look for number 11 and 12 here, the senior from the Lynx. It is off. Evans going to push it. 40 seconds to go. And there is a travel by Harden. The Bobcats do not like it, as they had an opportunity to bring it down to a 2-possession game, and the inbound play from Van Westen. Vandenberg, he's going to be fouled by Letty, number 23 for the Bobcats. That's going to be his second foul. It's going to put Vandenberg to the line, and the free throw woes still are going for the Lynx. 36.4 seconds to go. Vandenberg for his first one's good.
That's a big one.
The most important ones are right now. It is now a 9-point game in this ESD matchup, as the Lynx trying to move over 500 to 5-4. Second one is good, so that puts it to a 10-point lead. The Lynx can back off a little bit. 30 seconds to go on the play clock. And Harden's going to put it up, no good. And it's going to be Lynx ball.
That was a good, solid defense. Not jumping up, not letting him penetrate the lane. Just letting him take a shot if he wants it. They don't need points. They need the clock, to get down here.
So Vandenberg, with those 2 free throws, connects on his 13th and 14th point. He's going to lead all scorers so far in this ball game, as 25.5 seconds to go, and Langrock is going to go to the line. Third foul on number 2.
Zach
Moe. He's got 7 points in the ball game. Langrock to the line. First one's good.
There we go.
All of a sudden, we went 3 for 3. Langrock with his 3rd point. Last game we called, Bob, he had 20 points. That matches his jersey number. but he's going to put up the second one's no good. Shot clock is off for the Bobcats. No fouls here. That's what the coaching staff is saying from the Lynx. Amundsen, point is good.
Well, he had to work for that one, Ken.
Full court pressure. Don't want to call a timeout here. You might have to.
Nope, looks like we got a foul in the corner.
And there's going to be a foul on the Bobcats. 7.3 to go, 9-point game.
Looks like it was
the bench is going to clear for the Lynx as Thompson, Borchardt, Skolton, and Jefferson are going to come into the game. And Vandenberg, Van Westen, Delaney, and Langrock are going to go to the bench. To the line is the senior Miller for the Lynx. First one, good. Sorry, second one, good. Miller with his 11th point, and there's the rebound, and that should do it, and it does. Your Lynx move to 5-4 on the season, climb above with a 2-game winning streak here, Bob. 2-game at home winning streak for the Lynx, 50-40 over the Bobcats. And we always know, Bob, that these ESD matchups are always grinders, and we saw that throughout this game. The Lynx pulled up, I believe their biggest lead of this ball game was 18 points.
It was.
We finished at a 10. We've seen it drop down to, I believe, 8 points at one time in the fourth quarter. And we saw both teams fight, but the Lynx come out victorious. Who's your player of the game, Bob?
You know, there could be any number of deals here. How about Riley Miller?
Okay.
He played very solid on the defensive end of the deal. It's not always about the most points scored. He kept his defender off balance most of the night. Solid rebounder, and more importantly, made some free throws right at the end of the game.
I'm going to go with Vandenberg. Vandenberg with 14 points, not because of the 14 points, to be honest with you. Him and Miller are about the same in points, but I really liked what Vandenberg, the hustle plays from Vandenberg tonight as he stepped into the starting lineup. We saw a freshman step into the starting lineup too, in Delaney, and he did an honorable job there too. So a lot of bench points come into play for the Lynx. They go about 10 deep. And that can always play a good part in a long season. Is you're able to save some minutes throughout the season. I really like what I see from the Lynx team. We're young, but we're starting to grow up.
Yeah, and you're going to need those 10-player deep if you're going to be pressing, full court. You're pressing half court. They're doing a 2-1-1, a 2-2-1. Changing it up as they go down, trying to throw the defense off balance so they don't get comfortable. So you'll need those 10 players if you're going to maintain that intensity for the rest of the season.
That's true. And so your Lynx are victorious on this Tuesday evening, 50-40 over the Bobcats in the ESD matchup again. The Lynx move to 5-4 on the season, and Bob will not be here on Thursday. I will. And we're going to bring that game live to you. So make sure you tune in on Thursday at 7 p.m. For Bob Arnold, I am Ken McEwen. It's been a pleasure, and have a great evening.
Our Buy Brandon campaign is a way for the chamber to put some excitement into our residents and our community about how important it is to spend your dollars here in Brandon.
The Buy Brandon campaign is very important for the city of Brandon. Here in South Dakota, most cities rely heavily on sales tax, much more than in other states. Without sales tax, we wouldn't be able to operate. You wouldn't have people plowing your snow. You wouldn't have a police department. You wouldn't have parks or park improvements. So it is essential that people buy in town The more you buy in town, the more local sales tax comes into our coffers, the more things that we can do to improve your quality of life in Brandon.
Last year's Buy Brandon campaign went excellent. We did really good with the sales tax revenue, which now this year we get to reap the rewards of everyone buying Brandon.
Sales tax revenue was a little over $3.3 million last year. It was an increase over the previous year, and we have continually increased each year. We use that money for park improvements, such as the Sunrise Playground surfacing, the transit bus system. Last year we did also buy a new bus. Our original bus was getting aged and old. We also use that for debt service and some equipment for different departments. With the money we bought a plow truck, which helps plow our streets in the winter months, and we also bought a loader.
One of the upsides to closing the pool this summer is we